Career Mode, Part 34.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Roll. Let me change up the title over there on the YouTube side. Okay. All right, we should be good. Hey, Kirok. 6-month resub. What happened? Someone set us up the bomb. We get signal. What? Main screen turn on. Has KSA been evolving at all? I hope it goes well, but it's not trivial catching up to KSP. KSA development is going very well, Yoda. Yep. I played the pre-alpha public release on stream 2 weeks ago. I was very, very happy with what I saw. Yeah. A lot of good potential there, dude. The building blocks are there. And believe me, I said the same thing with KSP2. This is not the same thing as KSP2. KSP2 went into early access and I said the building blocks are there. This is pre-alpha. Pre-alpha, and it plays just as good as KSP2 does right now. In terms of flight characteristics, it's pretty good. All right, let me start up the YouTube VOD and then we go. All right, what's going on? Welcome. Hey, hold on, I gotta get the starting soon off there. There we go. Welcome to KSP Career Mode Part 34, where we have to fix our botched Minmus lander launch that we had last night. I didn't do anything good with that thing. I had a launch that did not go very well because I was trying to rush things and it didn't work. That happens. That's why I say, you know, real space agencies should not do that. It doesn't work in the game and it doesn't work in real life. So, let's get the tunage up and running and we'll play some KSP, dudes. All right. Sweet. I was going to say, Nabag, you're leaving? It's time to play KSP, dude. Let's roll. Show these melon farmers how we roll, son. No, I'm here. All right, cool. Thanks for the confirmation hearing coverage. Yeah, no problem, dude. No problem. So what's the summary of the Isaacman hearing? I think he'll do just fine. Buthity, I think he's gonna get it. Absolutely. There was much more positive conversations there than there were negative. Come on, Kerbal. Load up. So, I have a Minmus lander that I went to launch for a crewed mission. Now, I don't have one big launch vehicle. I have to use smaller launch vehicles to put the lander up there and then the capsule with Kerbals up there. The lander launch did not go very well. I tried to boost back the stage and I screwed up on the trajectory for stage boost back because my small launch vehicle or my medium duty launch vehicle is reusable. Let's say recoverable at this point. So it ended up with the lander being put into a much lower orbit than anticipated, and it also does not have nearly enough fuel to get out there by itself to complete the mission. So let me give you guys a little bit of a rundown on what this mission is and what it's doing. So my lander is right there. It is in a nice stable orbit, 79 by 95. It's okay. Not the best. But it dipped into the atmosphere way too much on ascent because of a botched trajectory. So it is in the right orbit, but it doesn't have enough fuel to really get it where I want it to. I want to get it out to Minmus, which needs a good amount of fuel. Now, could we get it out there with the fuel that it has right now? Yes, absolutely. Could we land on Minmus with it? Yes, absolutely. We could do one landing, and therein lies the problem. The issue here is that this lander needs to land twice. The first landing I have to do is right here at unfinished buggy 2C1SS thing banana. This part of this mission's goals is to repair a lander that's on Minmus and move it to a destination. Now, this is not that lander. This lander is from a previous repair mission. But if you notice, this lander has a lot of wheels. It has a lot of wheels on it. We have 10 wheels. Now, this lander is operable. It works just fine. You can drive it around. I did land and I did successfully repair this thing in the past. Now, with that being said, there is a lander on pretty much the exact opposite side of the planet over here called Unfinished Minmus Surveyor P5G5. It didn't land make. It had a hard start on the landing burn and crashed into the ground going pretty fast. Now, this lander here, if you notice, this has no wheels. The other lander has wheels. This one doesn't. My idea was to go part out the other rover, grab its wheels, and bring them here. That was the idea. Now, in order to do that, we need our lander to be able to do a couple of hops. Right? Could it do a couple of hops? I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to risk crew on that, but it is Minmus and it is very forgiving. What I really need to do is just figure out if we still have enough fuel to be able to do this whole mission. Because that lander needs to get out here, right? It needs to circularize in low orbit, in low Minmus orbit. We need to go get Billy Bob Rod and Eliblez. We need to rescue those two Kerbals. And then with the Kerbals that launch, right? With the Kerbals, can you make a kick stage, dock it, and refuel it? We can, Roxic, yes. Now, actually, I don't think I wanted Eliblez. Nah, we could get Eliblez. Maybe we have the Delta V to do it. I don't know. At the very least, we want to rescue Billy Bob Rod, right? And then with Billy Bob Rod and the crew that we send out there, we need to do a landing, get the parts from this, and then we need to do a hop over to this thing and repair it. And then add the wheels to it and drive it to its destination. From there, the lander needs to get back up here, right? And also we should lay down scientific equipment. There's scientific equipment to lay down on the lander. And then the lander needs to re-rendezvous with the capsule. The capsule goes home. Pretty straightforward stuff. We really just got to make sure that the lander, which is here, let's switch to it. We need to make sure that the lander has enough fuel. So once again, we obviously, the stage does not have a lot of fuel left in it. The lander is, I accidentally staged this wrong, and the lander did expend some of its fuel. How much Delta V we potentially lost there, I don't know. But we need to at least be able to land this once. With the descent stage on Minmus, and then we could use, this is a 2-stage lander. There is an ascent module up here that we can use. But I'm not sure if we have enough fuel to get all the way out to Minmus. It says we have 886 Delta V with that dang thing. Hey, Benfield, what's up? Also, I'm going to shut down the engine. I'm going to make sure that Kerbal sounds are evened out. Now, that's reading 1168. Make sure my throttle's all the way down. Yeah, see, that Delta V reading is wrong. We might not have to do this with a refueling mission, guys. What I'm thinking is we could launch the capsule with the upper stage, and we could dock the capsule to the lander, and then have the stage, capsule, and lander shoot all the way out. We could dump this stage and we might have enough Delta V to get it all done. Also, on this thing, the stage blew up its probe core because I didn't stage the engine right, and that's the reason why the lander doesn't have full fuel is because I fired this engine during staging and blew up the probe core. So we do have to dispose of this stage eventually. We survived Civics, now onto EJ vehicles. Yeah, we did. You know what, dudes? I got an idea. Let's look at our overall fuel levels here. Let's pin that, pin that, pin that, pin that, and pin that. We don't need the Ascent tanks. If we enabled cross-feed here, could we transfer some of the stage fuel to the lander? Yeah. Very good. All right, close out those tanks. Okay, so first order of business is to get rid of this stage. So how are we going to do that? If we separate it from the stage has no probe core on it. It would basically be space junk. We absolutely do not want a stage floating around here in parking orbit. That's not cool. Don't want that. So what we need to do is put ourselves on a suborbital trajectory here. We have to deorbit, but only for a second. If we slow down enough using what's the leftover fuel on the stage, right? Let's shut down that engine, reactivate, or don't activate the stage engine. Have no engines alive right now. If we use the fuel left here to put the stage on a suborbital trajectory, transfer any remaining fuel into the lander. Oh, we already transferred the fuel. How would we do this? Yeah, we could use the lander to recircularize. That's basically what we're going to do. So make sure my staging is good. This operation doesn't require, like, incredible precision here. but let's just make sure we do this right. And we also got to make sure we do it at the most opportune time. The most efficient place to do a deorbit burn is slowing down at apogee when you're going the slowest. So let's dial in a trajectory that gets my perigee below 25, which should have this put the stage on a re-entry trajectory. Okay, so we're dialed in. How much slowing could you do with the stage monopropellant? We could do a good amount, dude. But what I would like is, I would like to scavenge this dang fuel. There's no way we can get back up into space without the Atlander burning some of its fuel, which is okay. That's fine. It's not the most efficient way to do things, but it'll work. But actually, that's a good point. Are we sapping monopropellant out of... Okay, we're only using monoprop from the stage, which is good. So we could go over here, right? Actually, before we do that, there's another thing that we could get ironed out. We are 0.4 degrees inclined, which means our orbital tilt isn't necessarily matching Minmus's. So what we could do is dial in an on-orbit plane change to get our trajectory, or to get our inclination just right. We definitely have the delta V in the stage to do it. So we'll do that to shore up our orbit, and then we'll deorbit the stage. We have enough fuel to do both of these things. Nice, Arnaud. I think the ascent module is redundant. You should use the fuel from that. We could always transfer. Fuel transferability is not something that I generally do. But Blackness, I'm thinking we don't even need that. Like, because we have overclocked engines here, my delta V read is not exactly correct. But, I think we'll be okay. All right, here we go. Good. We can use monoprop to finish the rest of this. Okay, we'll shut that off for a second. Now, we see how our orbit, for the people that don't know. All right, so I have Minmus set as target. See the yellow line? See how the blue line is basically coplanar with Minmus's? It'll make it a lot easier to get to. So we have the fuel to do it. We might as well do that here. Now, we need to adjust for the disposal burn here. And dial in a deorbit with our perigee below 25. Another idea, since this can't boost to Minmus with the second stage, you could launch Mooncrane with the second stage, sending both out to Minmus. Wait, how does... I'm not following, dude. How is Mooncrane gonna repair the rover? I also have a mission to plant a flag on Minmus, and we gotta rescue the Kerbals. So Kerbals are... We gotta rescue Billy Bob Rat, so I gotta get a Taurus capsule out there. It won't, but it'll be useful later. Let's focus on profitability and scientific... we need to focus on profitability right now, dude. And I understand that the Mooncrane is doing that in, you know, for another mission, but yeah, I don't want to change the mission expectations too much. That is a good solution, but I would prefer a simpler solution here, especially if Kerbals are involved. Okay, here we go. Deorbit burn. Okay, so now we're gonna have to jettison the stage. Okay, stage jettison is confirmed. Activate the engine. And turn on our fuel tanks. Okay, all descent module fuel tanks are on. It needs to go below 25, Rav Shark. Now we need to reboost. Okay, firing the engine. (94 by 86). Okay, we got it. Lander is stable. Okay. Rates are evened out. We have solar power generation. All right, so now we unlock the leg. Lock that. Demotorize that. Demotorize that. Demotorize that. And we... Oh, yeah, this still has the weird struts. I used an older Lander craft file, which is annoying, but... Okay, landing legs are deployed. Will the new BE4 upgrades be present in Vulcan? I don't know, Aitor. Yeah, that's a good question. All right. So now, because we're going to do a rendezvous with the lander, I'm going to make sure that the lander is in a very precise circularized orbit. It's a lot easier to rendezvous with something when it has zero, what's called eccentricity, when it's in a perfectly circular orbit. Way easier. Come on. Okay. Iron out the rates. These rates up here, these numbers are making sure that we're not moving. Or not rotating. We don't want to be rotating. Theory, New Glenn 9x4 is the replacement for New Armstrong, and it will be used for a moon mission without fuel transfers. I don't think it's a replacement for New Armstrong. I think it's a stopgap. I think that is just a way, Aitor, I do agree that 9x4 is a way to launch Blue Moon Mark II without any fuel transfers. I absolutely agree with you there. Yeah, absolutely agree in that regard. But yeah, I think New Armstrong is going to still going to happen. I think it's a stopgap, not a replacement. No, there are solar panels on the legs. I'm using the monopropellant for this burn, so we can save fuel. Using the monoprop here, which we have tons of, will help us conserve fuel for getting out there. Trying to not use as much liquid fuel as possible. I'm trying to put myself into 100 by 100 circular. Turn on the lights so we can see what we're doing. That's what my dad always tells me. It looks like the lander has jazz. Come on, baby. Yeah, I like these thrusters. They're very fuel efficient, but they don't make a lot of thrust. But such is the case with spaceflight usually. There is time constraints on burns, but low energy transfers like this are usually not really. Okay, just gonna get that right up to 100. Perfect. And then we will move over to there. We'll warp that way. And now we got to take our perigee, which is at 86 kilometers, and we got to push it up a little ways. You always have to use the planner for this? Oh. You know, you always forget that the mission planner is in this game. I should probably go figure out how that thing works, Terminator Pig. I never bothered, dude, because I just... the mission planner wasn't in Kerbal when I learned Kerbal in my formative years. Yeah. Yeah, Wally, I think it does, but I don't know how it works. I'd have to go look. Never used it. I always fly by the seat of my pants. Part of the reason why I never learned the mission planner is, one, like I said, it wasn't in the game when I learned how to fly. Two, I think it makes for better content flying by the seat of your pants, because I can screw things up. It's kind of the other reason why I don't do mech jeb or like, anything like that, like, because that's boring. Okay, 100.3 by 100.5 is just fine. All right, so now we have to reorient the lander into a position where the solar panels are in the sunlight. Yeah, dude. I never knew that. I don't even know where the mission planner is or how it works, to be honest with you. Is that my fault? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this is Minmus Expedition 2 Lander. Boom. Let's shut the engines off. And then the other thing that I noticed is that there's some old action groups that are still operable because I copied the thrusters from the capsule. Just make sure all the action groups are clear on this. Think of it like clearing the memory off of a calculator. Same idea. When the capsule attaches to it and it has the same thruster toggles on it, I don't want them conflicting with each other. All right, so where did our final Delta V stand? Now, this engine is not overclocked, so this Delta V reading is pretty accurate. We have 1.47 kilometers a second. We need 960 of that to get to Minmus if we sent the lander there right now. Another 150 after that to circularize. And then a little bit, another 150 after that to land. And remember, we got to do 2 landings. So we're going to need 300 meters a second Delta V for surface operations. It's cutting it awfully close. That's what I'm talking about. We might be able to use the ascent module to help us out here. And go from there. You mean planning by nodes. You could set up the entire trajectory for the mission with node planning. Oh, yeah. Cool. Yeah, you absolutely can do that, too. You'd rather see me struggle for hours attempting to catch a booster. Yep. Believe me, I know. I think if we could potentially do the second hop on the ascent module, which I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I think we have enough to make this work. Now, the real question is, do we send the lander right now? Or do we try to get the capsule up here, rendezvous the capsule with the stage attached to the lander and go? You want the capsule up here. Okay. Okay. Hey, Joji, 93 monthly sub. Stage plus lander would be better. Okay. It would certainly make operations easier once we get to Minmus. That's for sure. How much mass is this thing? 10 tons. Okay. All right. Let's go down to the surface and let's get this figured out. Is the craft light enough to launch from Minmus using monopropellant? Negative. No. All right, so for this particular mission, actually, you know what? It would be good for me to see what Billy Bobkiss is, what type of Kerbal he is. Is he a pilot, scientist, or engineer? Shark Tales, mission payment. Thanks, man. Let's just go over here. Billy Bobrod is a scientist. Perfect. Excellent. So we need a pilot and an engineer. We need the engineer for doing the rover, for parting out one rover and building another. And then we need the scientist to do science on the surface, because that's another thing that I want to do with this. Excellent. Perfect. But that means we need to get Billy Bob Rod before we get down to the surface. So that means we need to send the lander and the pod to the orbit that his capsule is in. That should not be too incredibly difficult. We're not rendezvousing with it, we just need to get near it, which is a lot easier to do. Docking two things together is a pain in the butt. Getting something near is, you don't need translation controls to do that. All right, cool. So we need an engineer for this mission, and we need a pilot. Who is next in line? So Hertree would be the next pilot, and then Kelbro would be the next engineer. Cool. Let's just go over our mission objectives here real quick. They are going to plant a flag. They need to rescue Billy Bob Rod and finish construction of the rover. So that pays out 417,000, 100,000 for Billy Bob Rod, and 91,000 for planting the flag. This is good, man. We should be up over 1 million, all said and done here. You have to move through that space towards the surface anyway. Correct. Yep. So, Aitor, what I'm going to do is I'm going to launch the capsule, and I'm going to keep the stage. I'm going to have the stage with the capsule. And then I'm gonna have the stage be my kick stage, and the stage will push the capsule and the lander. That is going to be that's going to be a little bit of a difficult thing to do, guys, because we really don't have... I don't really have the control systems fleshed out to do rendezvous operations with the stage attached, but I do have thrusters on the back of the stage, and we should be able to use them in conjunction with the capsule to get it to work. We should be able to make this work. I should be able to do it. I think well, I know I can do it. It's just not necessarily how you really should do things. You should test what the RCS balance looks like here, but... What's that, Vanta? Here, let me just move this over here. Move it into the VAB. And we need to make sure we have the right crew assigned. We need Hertree, and we need Kelbro. Bill has technically never been to Minmus. He's done 2 orbits around Kerbin and 5 plant a flag on the moon. Well, not 2 orbits. He's gone to orbit around Kerbin. All right, and then Billy Bob Rod will be coming back with them. Dave, and you said a shuttle mobile launcher is on the move, huh? Bidin, a little bit of here and there, but for the most part, dude, yeah. The confirmation meeting was fine, dude. Yeah, I'm not worried. Brooke will get confirmed. Just the only thing I'm even and remotely annoyed about is that this should have happened 8 months ago, but whatever. So Vanta, refresh my memory, is this thing, yeah, it's going away from us right now. The water's out in front of it. That's a shuttle, yeah, shuttle ML. It's really cool. Is SpaceX going to use it? No. So if you guys notice, that mobile launcher has a bunch of concrete blocks on it. They're using it for load testing on the crawlerway. They're using it to test CT2. If I had to guess, they're using it to basically make sure that CT2 can move SLS and the mobile launcher around again. They did beef up the mobile launcher from Artemis 1 to Artemis 2 because Artemis 2 damaged the ML. What they're most likely doing there is they have that shuttle mobile launcher used as a control with the updated mass of the mobile launcher and rocket to make sure that the crawler transporter can move it. Well, to confirm. Maybe it's on its way to Houston. Wrong shuttle part, but yeah. That's, yeah, that's a shuttle launch pad, dude. I wish. I freaking wish, dude. It was cool seeing shuttles on those things. Okay. So, we have our crew aboard. We understood the we understand the assignment as far as I can tell. Let me just make sure my staging is right here. Would SpaceX have an interest in using the crawler? I don't think so. I want to believe, but no. Probably not. Alright. Let's go. Minmus Expedition 2. Nabek, this is AI background tracks that All Systems Go made for me. I can give you the link to them. It's on Suno if you want. Alright, so now, the best way to rendezvous with this lander is to launch into the orbit. You notice KSC is here, the orbit's up there. But we do have an ascending and descending node. There's a point at which KSC crosses this lander's path. We're gonna move all the way over to that point of intersection right here. And we're gonna launch south-southeast, or east-southeast with a flight azimuth of 96. This should make it very easy to, because if we launch into the same tilt as it, it should make it easier to rendezvous with. So, we're aiming for 100 by 100. Well, no, what is the lander in? The lander's in 100 by 100. Let's aim for 95 by 95. Like, we want to be just below it. That would probably be good. Yeah, that's where we need to go. So, when we fly after liftoff, once we've cleared the pad and we've done the pitch kick, we're going to enter an abort contingency called Mode 1. Mode 1 is an abort. If I see something that I don't like, I'm going to hit the abort key and the launch escape system will jettison the capsule from the vehicle. If that abort contingency goes all the way to max Q, we're past max Q, we start to pitch a vehicle over, we go into 1 Bravo abort contingency, which is a seaborne landing for the capsule. We jettison the capsule and go from there. After stage separation, we have 2 Alpha, and then we jettison the launch escape system right after that. 2 Alpha is the abort contingency, where to basically do a seaborne recovery of the capsule if something went wrong during staging. And then if second stage is good to go, we can jettison our launch escape system. The capsule will be high enough to not need the launch escape system to perform a landing correctly. when we get to main engine cutoff and stage separation, I'm going to ghost ride the second stage, get it to launch escape system jettison. So after LES jettison, we'll switch back to the first stage after separation, turn the first stage around. We want to boost back, and our boost back burn should end with an apogee of 71.5 kilometers. With our trajectory basically, our horizontal velocity for our trajectory basically nullified. That will get this stage back, but we are launching into an inclined orbit, so it's not just a straight boost back. The heading on the compass would probably be 280. 280 heading on the compass, because it's not just about going backwards the direction that you came. You have to take into account that you're launching into a crooked orbit, so our boost back trajectory needs to be slightly more north. That will get us back to KSC correctly, I think. Yeah, all right, cool. We're good to go. Flight azimuth at 96. Good to fly. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. And we got a liftoff. Minmus Expedition 2. Repairing rovers and rescuing Kerbals out around Minmus. Cleared the pad, 1 Alpha. Go for roll program. She's a little wiggly. Azimuth is dialed in. Rates look good. Vehicle supersonic. Max Q. 1 Bravo. Vehicle's pitching over. Stand by for main engine cutoff. We have Miko. Stage separation confirmed. Upper stage ignition. Upper stage ignition confirmed. 2 Alpha. LES jettison confirmed. All right, switching back over to the first stage. Starting the boost back burn. Boost back burn confirmed. 71.5, baby. Right on the dot. Reorienting the stage. Are you from NASA? Are you an engineer? I've worked with NASA on projects with Twitch. Person? No, but I'm not an engineer. I just play one on Twitch. Nope. I've worked with NASA hosting panels at TwitchCon and stuff. Let's just say I'm semi-fluent in engineering, but I'm no engineer. Okay, everything's looking good. Trajectory is looking good. First stage trajectory is good. Second stage trajectory is good. We need to establish an apogee of 95 and circularize. Watching this stream is worth 3 credit hours at Burbank College of Aeronautics and Hair Care Saloon. What? You said my hair looks good? Stand by for Seco. 95 or 98 by 81. That is easily correctable. Go to orbit insertion, shut down the stage. Now we switch back over to the first stage, and this is where the fun starts. Light. 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 Ground altimeter is on. Oh crap, we're out of monopropellant. That didn't work last time we tried to have this. Whatever, it'll be fine. It won't, but it's okay. All right, let the vehicle ballistically stabilized. Landing leg deploy. Yeah, this is fine. Not. Yeah, without the monopropellant, that really did not do very well. That didn't do what I wanted. But we got our engine section back, so we could save some money there, which is good. Okay. You gotta unlock those damn verniers, dude. That's really hard to do with the monopropellant. The reason why is that when the vehicle starts hovering, or at least when you get to the last point of your landing, there's no way to stabilize it because your aerodynamic control surfaces aren't doing anything because you're going too slow. The real Falcon 9 has the same problem. That's why the RCS is going bananas when they go into land. We did make some good money back, though. Yes, it's just smart reuse, right? It's just smart reuse. Miss the jelly water? Nah. Hey, Chief. What's up, man? I'm fine. Everything's good. The Jared Isaacman Senate confirmation was pretty productive, believe it or not. Yes, pretty good. I think he'll get it, which is great. It was this morning, or, well, this afternoon for you. You know what? We might be able to make this work. Let me go here, go to our AP, and let's see if we can just raise our orbit a little bit. See, the problem is that we're in a... Oh no, we're inclined. Okay. So we're in a slightly higher orbit than intended, and the lander's also behind us. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna make a little bit of a modification here. I'm going to put my orbit a little bit higher than the lander, just so the lander can catch us. So let's move up to AP here. I'm just going to give the engine a quick what's there. Now we're just gonna correct up any of the potential inclination matching here that we need to do. Cool shirt. Thanks, man. I wanted to make sure we look good for the Senate confirmation meeting. Gotta look good, man. Okay. Good. All right. Now we got to go over here. And what I'm probably going to end up doing is having the lander come to us instead of vice versa. The designer responsible for Jaguar's rebrand has been fired. Didn't see that one coming. Should have put a tie on for the Senate. Dude. I didn't feel like getting the suit out. But you're right. I didn't feel like getting my suit out. I have a nice suit, dude. I've often thought about doing that, dude. If we're gonna have a... I experimented with doing this back in the day. If we're gonna have a stream about spaceflight, and we're gonna do a lot of flight operations, wearing a suit and tie to work might not be the stupidest thing, but that's kind of increasingly difficult for me to do nowadays because I usually work in the shop before I stream. Can we get a suit for the Artemis launch? Yes. Sure. Gotta go find a black tie. Someone's doing something at Starbase. Okay. Okay, shut that all off. Next thing we're going to do is jettison the shroud. Sometimes this imparts a roll on the vehicle like that. It does get a little hung up, but that's okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The reason why I'm doing that is so we can get the solar panels extended. Trojan, what's up? 81-month resub. Thanks, dude. Okay, we're just gonna shut this off here, shut down the engine. Okay. Switch back over to the lander. Hey, Ox, what's going on, man? Confirmation vote should be next week. Should be. I don't know for sure. Thanks for the coverage of Jared's confirmation hearing. It was actually because of your stream I remembered about it. And man, he was good. Way better than the first hearing. Agreed. Yeah, Yuri, he did just fine. He'll be all right. Trying to keep these maneuvers as efficient as possible. The reason why is because I don't want to use a lot of fuel right now. Fuel's already at a premium, especially with this lander. We should be able to do all this with RCS. I'm trying to keep the transfers as low energy as possible. Damn, somebody at Starbase really going to town. You hear that? 200 should be good for the intercept. Okay, let's time warp the lander. Got to do a couple of orbits to catch up here. Now we're in position. Reorient the lander. Hey Jacobs, what's going on? Happy Wednesday. Hope your holiday was good. Yeah, Ox, I was just fine, dude. I needed a break. November was not a good month for me, dude. Hopefully December is better. he was definitely way more prepared. I mean, that shows improvisation and adaptation, but your weakness is not in your speed. Come on, stop trying to hit me and hit me. Ted Cruz, probably. No, that was a joke. Anyway. Mentally streaming, life, all of them? Oh, not streaming. No, streaming is great. If anything, I was taking out my frustrations in real life out on you guys, and that's probably not wise for somebody in my line of work. Yeah, I've been a real knucklehead lately. You know? Yeah, I had Jacobs, I had a bad couple of months, dude. September, October, and November were not fun for me, dude. It's okay. Everything should be good now, hopefully. Thunderbird's Tail 5 has crashed. Pilot is okay. She's been recovered. Well, that's good. Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay, we have a 5.4 meters a second intercept here. All right, I gotta flip the lander around. I think a nuclear thermal rocket with nuclear electric RCS, Yuri, is a really good idea. That's like some sci-fi stuff in real life. Just personal opinion. Why are we going to draw the line at putting one nuclear reactor on it? Have a nuclear reactor for auxiliary power in your nuclear thermal, and then have a main nuclear reactor for your nuclear electric propulsion, providing power and RCS to the ship. Heck, man. My understanding of nuclear fission is not the best, but if I'm understanding this correctly, you could even scavenge some of the radioactive isotopes that are created from the fission from your nuclear thermal engine, and you could use that to make, like, if you get a radioactive isotope that is like xenon or something, you can use that to resupply your RCS. Like a scavenging system that scavenges byproducts of radioactive nuclear fission. And some of the byproducts of nuclear fission are products that you would use in an electric propulsion thruster. It wouldn't be much, but it would be cool. Why not just run hot gas through a turbine? You can do that with nuclear thermal. You could scavenge it that way. Yo, dog, I heard you like nuclear, so we nuclearized your nuclear ship so you can nuclear while you nuclear. Okay, just a little quick pulse right there. Now, getting these two things to rendezvous with each other is going to be a little bit of a thing. Okay. Neutralizing velocity to target. I mean, Blackness, I'm not saying don't do that. Yeah, Jacobs, it's, yeah, I didn't see everything that you said. It very closely relate the same months are brutal for you. Differences not in front of care and trying to keep it together. Thanks for what you do in your streams. As you already know from community, take breaks as needed. We understand. Yeah, I don't like taking breaks, but it is what it is. I needed this one. Yeah, November was pretty much the worst week, the worst month of my life. Yeah, I would say that pretty much tops it. I was trying to, you know, put on a brave face for you guys. But yeah, it's pretty much the worst. Yeah, that one sucked. By enabling the thrusters on the Ascent module, I should actually be able to... I should be able to rendezvous this thing. Is everything better now? Yeah. It's not... We're not fully good. One of the things that went wrong was my accountant screwing up my taxes. Don't get me wrong, I no longer have this accountant, but he wrote off. So I get 1099s from Twitch, I get 1099s from YouTube, I get 1099s from PayPal. Buddy wrote off my 1099 from Twitch. He wrote off the entire 1099. He thought it was expensive. The guy screwed up royally. Yes, it's a colossal screw up. The guy got fired. I don't know why he did that, but, you know, whatever. Not my problem. Well, it kind of is, but, yeah. So, he was telling me, the guy was telling me for the longest time, oh, your tax return is going to be awesome. You don't have to worry about filing quarterly taxes. I'll just rope your tax return, which is amazing. I'll just rope that in and we'll pay it. And then, you know, come September, or, well, actually, come basically August, I'm like, all right, so this tax return, can I use, the tax return was more than what I filed quarterly, you know, last year. Can I cash out on some of this money? And then when we asked that, basically, that's when there was a problem. That's when they figured out, the guy that owns the accounting firm figured out something is very wrong here. And, yeah. It turns out that I should have been filing quarterly taxes, something I was told not to do by that accountant. So now I basically for the latter 6 months of this year, for quarter 3 and quarter 4, I have to pay double what I usually would file because I was not getting a tax return. I actually had to pay instead, because that guy screwed up. So, yeah, Bree and I are basically house poor. Yeah, for the foreseeable. Like, this is why progress on the Coronet hasn't gotten much further than just getting the trunk welded in. That is the big reason why I'm behind. Like, we're starting to fix things, but yeah, quite frankly, if losing 15 G's because your accountant screwed up is not a good feeling. You know? That's a made-up number, dudes. It's not exactly that, but yeah, that's basically... That was only the start, dude. It got worse from there. Some things got so bad, I don't even want to talk to you guys about it, to be 100% honest. Yeah, so, like, don't get me wrong. I talked to the owner of the accounting firm that I use, who I've known for a long time, and he was able to help me fix this, basically, and I didn't have to pay for services, so that's good. Got that going for me, which is nice. Because they basically figured out that they made me pretty damn house poor. They were like, oh, well, he fired the guy for what it's worth. Yeah, that's what happened, dude. That was just the start, dude. Believe it or not, it got worse from there. So, I mean, another thing is that Titan, my dog, he has heartworms. Now, he had heartworms. He got a heartworm diagnosis. Heartworm's a parasite that infects the dog's heart, and the parasite is like worm-shaped, and the worms can break off inside of your heart, and if they break off, it can clot something, and then that's the end of that. Obviously, I do not want that happening to my dog, so we had to pay for that on top of being house poor. We did manage to do it, thankfully, because of insurance. We were able to get that done, which is sweet. Music is a bit high. All right. So it's what it's. That's right. So yeah, Titan actually had his last heartworm shot yesterday, and in a month we'll see if he's heartworm free with a blood test. So yeah, that's what I mean, Denny, about shaping up. Doing better. Highly recommend pet insurance. Insurance saved us, Lig. We would have been absolutely screwed without pet insurance. We would have been screwed. Like, I wouldn't have been able to save him. Like, absolutely screwed. All right, let's try to get these two suckers to dock. No, I get it. Yeah, dude. I know you know. Yeah, we would have been boned, man. Like, that would have been the end of that. Put him down. You can't. Dog can't live with heartworms. Like, you can, but if the dog does any type of strenuous activity, physical activity, he'll freaking have a heart attack. Like, and Titan's a worker dog. He's like boxer, lab, cattle dog, mutt. Like, he can't sit still. That's not what that dog does. So that wouldn't, yeah, that would have sucked a lot. Okay, almost got this thing aligned. Come on, baby. Chop. Oh. We need to impart slight rotation here. Get the pedals to line up. Okay, I gotta reconfigure the RCS because this is not really generally part of mission operations, but we got this working. I'm shutting down the landers, reaction control systems, and we don't need translate thrusters or anything from here on out, just for now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, once again, I have action groups that usually do this for me. But yeah, we're kind of a little bit off the beaten path here. Oh. You're a good man. Thanks, Mill. Tier 1 3 months in advance. Thanks, man. I'm trying, dudes. And I tried, guys, I tried as best as I can to not make this any of your problems. I mean, like, I don't want, I'm not, I mean, no sob story here or anything. You know what I mean? I just, yeah, just had really, I'm only telling you just because I think you guys should know why I wasn't here during November a lot and why I was so pissy all the time. Life, dude. Life got to me, but that doesn't, you know, just because my life's going bad doesn't mean I should be pissy with you guys or not be here and stuff. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's what happened. We should be out of the woods now, as far as I can tell. We got stuff figured out. We're still. It's still, progress on the coronet is still going to be a little bit slower, but I did buy new metal for it for the first time in like 4 or 5 months. We got wheelhouses coming, which is pretty cool, which is basically the next thing that we need to start repairing before we move forward with the car. So, yeah. The reason why I even thought about buying that stuff is because there was a sale for Black Friday. Yeah, that was a good idea. Yeah, Fluffy, we're doing just fine now. Everything's good. Thank you for asking. Yeah, we're good, guys. We're good. Let's play Kerbal. I haven't even, no, all systems, I haven't even gotten to looking at the press brake. I really want to get that thing up and running. We're gonna need it. We're gonna need it for doing the rockers and the door jams. Yeah, I'm gonna need that thing. I gotta set it up next to the brake. But yeah, it's sitting in the garage next to my welder. All right, guys. So I'm gonna make sure that we're controlling from the right point here. Sophia with Titan sending good vibes. Thanks, man. Spasiba. Okay, we got to make sure, you know what, we don't need to control from the docking board, we can control from here. So, fire up this engine here. It says we have 243 meters a second delta V. We're pushing the car. No. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is that we're pretty much out of the woods here, you know, and we should be returning to your regularly scheduled programming. Okay. We're going to dial in a transmin misinjection here. And I think this would be a good time to make sure that we have auto struts figured out. And this is also a really good time to make sure that we mechanically see how this docking port works under load. Has the computer's been able to keep the office warm? Yes, Brun. I do have a small space heater right here that's helping me out. But yeah, when I came in for the Senate confirmation meeting this morning, it was like 58 degrees in here. Now it's 75. So between the space heater and the computers, yeah, we're good, man. For people that use Celsius. Oh, it's nice in here. Very nice, actually. All right. Go for transmin misinjection. We'll use the service module to finish the min mis insertion burn, and then we should be able to use the lander for circularization. Docking port's holding together nicely. Okay, now we separate. Staging is all screwed up because it's a combination of the lander, so...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
On to Buffalo, Hibbit, 70-month resub. Thank you. This is going to be a little bit taxing on the service module, that's for sure. I left some fuel in the stage too, so we can do a deorbit with it. We can dispose of it correctly. What's with the beeping? Starbase Live is on. You're hearing people building the Gigabay. Can I ask you, what was that about the cosmonaut taking pictures of engines or documents for Falcon 9? Was it Roscosmos doing shady stuff, or was he just not that smart? I can't say if there's a conspiracy there or not, Yuri. It's just that he violated our export laws by taking pictures. He didn't take pictures of Falcon 9. He took pictures of documents that are SpaceX proprietary and U.S. export controlled. Oleg Artemyev, and it was enough for them to take him off Crew 12. So dude, NASA, look, there's no bullcrap with political partners, like with politics, with your international partners to the ISS, dude. We know that because the ISS is still operational, even post-February 2022, right? Like, we know that. So, I think he screwed up. He did something that SpaceX and NASA really didn't like. You know, NASA is not going to try and rock the boat with a political partnership right here with international partners unless they, because just of the situation, right? They're not going to do it unless he absolutely screwed up, and I'm thinking he really did a boo-boo. Are you saying a cosmonaut broke ITAR? Yes. Like, dude, he really, really, really did a bad. Okay, we have the start of a Minmus intercept. Right there is just fine. I'm a little worried we did use a little too much fuel, but we have plenty of monopropellant left on the service module as well. So shut that engine down, and then what we're going to do is make sure I swap control points here. Okay, and now we take the ride out to Minmus. Let's warp to over here. Should take about 10 days. Yeah, we'd go straight to jail, exactly. So Yuri, I think if it was enough for NASA to be like, no, get the hell out of here, not good, dude. Okay, so we're going to use the lander for our circularization here. Let's just flip that around so we get better readings for Delta V. Make sure we have the right control point. We don't want to fire in the wrong direction and accelerate past Minmus. We do. Okay. Here we go. Coming up on our Minmus circularization burn. We came in a little bit inclined to Billy Bob Rod's capsule, but that should be easily correctable. It is Minmus. How did he gain access to those documents? I don't know, Seaman. Probably because he's flying on Dragon. That probably had something to do with it. Okay, we're go for Minmus circularization. Dude, I gotta refactor the lander a little bit. This lander was originally designed for going to the moon, but we're ending up using it going more to Minmus than anything. But this whole system that we got going here is pretty good, man. Denny, I don't know. What I do know is that, you know, if you're an astronaut, you are the face of your country. You know what I mean? And it should be what your country has to offer at its best. And if that includes overt political statements, then I don't know what to tell you. Personally, I think that should stay out of operations. You know, if governments want to say whatever, that's fine. But astronauts, dude, if you're up on the space station actually living, you don't have time for bull crap, dude. Flight operations are no joke. It should be taken seriously, and there should be no distractions. That is cosmonaut, taikonaut, like astronaut, whatever. Dude, you don't want distractions like that up there. Like, just from a pure safety standpoint, that I think that's very dangerous. But, I don't know, what do I know? Alright, so now we need to do an inclination match burn to get to Billy Bob Kiss's capsule. Can we call him Billy Butt Kiss or something? That's funny. That's funnier. Yeah, I don't think it's a good look. I don't want astronauts doing that crap. I don't want cosmonauts doing that crap. Leave that. Check that stuff at the door. Distractions are how people get killed in space. And generally with any type of aerospace. What's up today? Nothing, Bill. We're doing a Minmus mission. Mission is going good considering I botched the insertion on the lander orbit. But we pioneered a little bit of a different mission architecture getting to Minmus. And I actually don't hate it. I rendezvoused the capsule and the lander in Kerbin orbit instead of rendezvousing them around the moon. And we sent them out here. Now that did end up losing us a lot of Delta V with the service module, but I designed the service module to be able to do stuff like this. like I said, Yuri, this isn't a benefit of the doubt thing, dude. Like, oh, he didn't mean, there was nothing afoot. If they really found out that he did that not to just remember later, like, dude, they wouldn't have taken him off the flight unless it was serious, dude. That's a good way to look at it, dude. It's important to have a few good distractions during the downtime. Yeah, maybe you should do this thing like talk to your family or something, or talk about sports or the weather or something. Anything but that. Yeah, Yuri, I mean, that's just my personal opinion. Like, NASA has been willing to let this kind of stuff slide. If it was something enough for NASA to be like, no, that means it was a big deal. Okay, we're gonna match our orbital tilt here to Billy Bob Rod's capsule, and then we're gonna go in for a rendezvous. Lander's got plenty of fuel left. All right. Nice. So what's Billy Bob Rod's capsule in? 7,000 by 6,800. All right, let's dial in a rendezvous maneuver. That's awfully low. $7,000 by 6,800 for a Minmus orbit is not a lot, but we got a good intercept because we have a good inclination match, so should be about a 10 meter a second burn. Shouldn't be too much. Okay, sleepy time for Hibbit. All right, Hibbit. Yeah, Jojo, maybe. Yeah, there you go, Dan. Yeah, Yuri, you say it's very important to work with an international crew together respectfully as an aspect of safety. Yeah, exactly, dude. I think NASA is not going to do something like this unless you really screwed up. Like, that's it, man. Like, whatever he was doing, it was enough for NASA to be a jerk about it. NASA doesn't do that, dude. Actually, pretty damn good, Panta. Yeah. Yeah, like better than last time, dude. He's gonna get it. I'm pretty damn sure. Sorry, Jay, I got a runaway daughter is playing her grandmother up because they found her with a vape, so I got to sort this one out. Oh, have fun, man. Okay, rendezvous burn is complete. Let's just make sure we dial it in. You guys ever seen The Martian? Watch this. And since he's going down to the surface, you can go there. Boom! United crew. All right. You about to launch someone under the surface under a tarp? No. So Kelbro is now going to go down here. He's going to get in the lander. And what we're going to do MCorp. Fun fact, Twitch tells me I've watched you for 830 hours this year. Time flies when you're having fun. Thanks for all the great streams. No problem, man. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you. Okay, I boosted my orbit back up to 10,000, and we're going to circularize here. Maddie, what's going on, man? Just doing some Kerbal operations around Minmus. This mission did not start out very good when I started it yesterday, but now we're making some pretty good progress here. Billy Bob Rod is saved. That's right. Anyway, Maddie, what's up with you, dude? Hard as well. I had to drop off your car for an alternator replacement. Yeah, they break. It happens. It's just, yeah, Maddie, it's very easy to misdiagnose an alternator. An alternator being bad. Sometimes it's the voltage regulator. But then again, most modern alternators have the voltage regulator and built in. It's an integral part. Thunderbirds had an incident, pilot ejected and stable being reported. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Pretty much circular. 10.9 by 9.9 is just fine. Yeah. Spitting bars. Yeah. I guess so. All right, so the next thing we got to do here is separate the lander crew. First thing we got to do is we got to land at the 2C1SS buggy here. So let's separate and let's dial in a landing burn here. All right, here we go. 986 Delta V in the descent module. That is more than enough. What about this? This has 312. That's enough. That's enough to get it home. Dang, dude. Oh, I'm so happy that when we engineered this capsule, I over-engineered it with more than I thought I needed. The safety factor here saved this mission. Like, big time saved this mission. Okay. I'm going to reactivate my rotation control thrusters here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Ando. Guess who was my most watched streamer this year? 58-month resub. I'm guessing by that it's probably Ninja. What's your hot take on Temu Falcon 9? Oh, this UK3 mission. Yeah, they didn't get their landing bird right. Yeah, that's cool that, I mean, the more reusable rockets, the better. Yeah, it seemed to have performed pretty well for the first try. Yeah, good attempt. Sucks that they didn't stick the landing. It almost makes me wonder if, like, you know, there's like China's National Space Agency, so CNSA, like contractors over there, like, so like there's the Long March 2 and Long March 3, right? Like, it almost makes me wonder if, you know how like NASA's in-house programs are very threatened by like commercial industry, right? I wonder if that's like gonna start being a thing over there. You know what I mean? Like, this Zuke-3 rocket is pretty good. It could, you know, like, is it going to get to the point where the commercial industry in China is going to eclipse their national industry? Well, commercial industry as far as it can go over there. But it's just something to ponder. Yeah, I know that, Hellfish. That's but you know, point still stands. That's instead of 100% stakeholder or 100% shareholder, it's still a 50% shareholder. You know what I mean? That's still different. Blackness, what's not to understand about why people don't like the Chinese space program? Do you think it's from some unfounded nationalism? There's some really big human rights issues that I have with their space program and how they're laissez-faire about humans in the applications of spaceflight, dude. I don't stages dropping on villages, not okay. That needs to stop. Then I will be a little bit nicer. But I have pretty damn good reasons for not liking what they do over there. Oh no, with just design. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. to an extent, there's a convergent design though, Blackness, with rockets. Like, there's only so many ways you're gonna make a boostable, like vertically landable first stage. There's a reason why, like even New Glenn and New Glenn 9x4, Falcon 9, Stoke with their Nova first stage. There's even to an extent, there's a reason why all these rockets kind of look similar. With ZK3 though, the interesting thing is methane with stainless steel in an application for a rocket like Falcon 9. That's a very interesting design choice to me. I don't really particularly get it. The reason why SpaceX went with stainless for Starship is because stainless stainless is required for the stakeholder expectations for Starship. Starship needs to be mass producible. And the stainless steel affords you to carry a much lighter thermal protection system because stainless steel can tank heat in the application of re-entry vehicles. Now, making a Falcon 9 rocket out of stainless really doesn't make any sense in my mind, but I'm sure the mass production thing would probably be a benefit for ZK, you know what I mean? But it once again illustrates that no matter what the nation is, that reusable rockets are a market trend. That's really, that's a really good thing. I said that right after New Glenn landed, man. That's really good, regardless of, design, etc., etc. Okay, here we go. Start the descent burn for the first target. Okay. Burn was good and on time. Camera switch to free view. Why does it matter, Grab Shark? It matters because disregarding intellectual property is inherently disregarding our system of governance. It's not respecting our rule of law, which I think is a little screwed up, to be honest with you. That is a disregard for our entire law of the land, and I'm not really cool with that. Okay. You fellas, I don't really necessarily mind this particular topic of discussion, but I think it could easily devolve into something where people get into name calling and whatnot. So the best thing we could say is that, I hope they do well. I hope that rocket does well. Dude, getting to the landing burn on your first try is pretty good. That's really not easy to do. And it shows that reusability is a market trend, man. That's something that people aren't just working on it in the United States. I think that's great. And I think that's where we really should end it. You know what I mean? This is my first time watching EJ. What's up, Mike? How you doing? Yeah, I understand that, Grab Shark, but you look me in the face and say that they thought of that ZK3 exists because of the Aether, like that because of convergent design. I really don't think that is what's going on here, man. We're over the landing site. 900. Anyway, fellas, let's land this thing, huh? Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I got you. I got you, man. Okay, we decelerated a little bit high here, but that's okay. Yeah, we're going to turn our lights on. We're landing in the dark here. Let's flip this vehicle around. 620 at 10 meters a second. $500 at 14. Okay, gonna start our remaining deceleration here. We're 300 at 19 and accelerating 250 at 20, starting the descent burn. Okay, 180 at 7. 130 at 8. Pulsing the engines. Okay. 45, we're going to enter a hover here. All right, we're still coming down, but we're a little ways away. Let me touch the thing down, and then we'll just hop over to the thing. All right, 5, 4, 3, touchdown. All right, Minmus Expedition 2 is on the surface, completing the first hop. We do have the Delta V to do the second one here. And yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Let's just... We're just gonna bounce up. Here, we've entered a hover. Entered a hover about 10 meters off the deck. We're just going to null out that roll rate. Start a little bit of a pitch maneuver here. Fire the engine. Okay, we are 27 off the deck here. 200 meters to target and closing. $100. Over the target. Telling out remaining velocity. Okay, 20 meters off the deck, coming down at 2. 10 at 2, decelerating. We have touchdown. A little bit of a bumpy landing, but we're all right. Shutting off RCS, shutting down the engine. Ooh. Man, I like these landing legs. They're pretty good. That was a little bit of a sloppy landing. Note for just VOD continuity and future EJ. I need to redo the RCS blocks for the lander. The reason why we don't have a lot of thrusters down here is because I kept the part count low on the lander when we had part count restrictions on the VAB, which we no longer have. I need to redo the RCS to be a much better application here. This sucks. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. We should probably fix that. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is I did bring a slew of scientific equipment here. Log the temperature. that shouldn't do anything. Hey. Oh, all right. Got some mystery goo. Get 1.6 science from that. That's pretty good. Observe the mystery goo from the highlands. All right. Excellent. Okay. Billy Bob is our scientist, recently rescued. He's going to go make his way down the ladder here. It's weird. And he will turn his lights on. Take a surface sample. EVA report. That's not going to give us much. And plant that flag, baby. Rescue Billy Bob Rod. Now part of the crew. Complete rewards. ME2 landing 1. Landing site 1. Second Minmus crewed landing site. Cool. Money, money, money. So what I'm going to have him do now, or what I'm going to have them do now, is we got to go get Kelbro out. Kelbro is our engineer on the mission. Somebody's building the Gigabay. That's what that noise is. And I'm going to have these two start setting up some surface experiments packages. That's a science experiment. We need the engineer to place down the solar, which of course is not going to work right now, but these are, yeah, once again, surface experiments packages. It looks like I didn't pack an experiment control station. That, might be bad. New Raptor video just dropped. All right, we'll check it out, dude. Now, that means, unfortunately, yeah, that these experiments aren't going to work. Now, what we could do is we have enough Delta V to do multiple landings here. We have enough Delta V to do the second landing and the third landing. So I'm going to pack the experiments up, and, you know, if we get to that point, what we could do is there is an experiment control station that I have at my redundant, at the original test prototype lander over there. We could hop back that way if we have the Delta V to do it. If we do have the Delta V to hop back that way, we'll just set up the surface experiments there, which was the point of Minmus Expedition 1. But it's okay. But that is a tertiary objective at this point. Meaning that it's not really high on my priorities list. So the next thing that I need Kelbro to do is go into Kerbal Construction, and we need to start ripping parts off of this thing. For the other lander to work, I'm gonna need 4 wheels. So we're gonna take 4 wheels off of this thing, and we're gonna attach them to the lander here. Let me just get these wheels figured out, and then we'll get the, just gonna bolt them onto the side of the lander here. Okay. We have the package. Package is secure. Alright, now I need him to go, Billy Bravo to go into inventory here, and I'm gonna have him get a surface experiments, EVA experiment kit, and do an EVA or not an EVA report. Perform EVA science. There we go. 4. Nice. Didn't seem to give us much, but it was still funny to do. Okay, let's get the crew back aboard.
Discovery, go and
Still
throttle
gotta
up.
redo the ladder to the ascent module. It can't climb up in. I bet you could shoot a golf ball into orbit around Minmus. You'd need the golf ball's exit velocity to be 150 meters a second. It's maybe. Hey Bargon, little over a year now. Thanks for teaching me lots of new things. No problem, man. My pleasure. All right. Where's this Raptor video at? SpaceX. All right, what do we got here? Validation testing on a Raptor 3 performing a Starship V3 ascent burn. Multiple versions of this test will cover the different conditions seen by Starship's 3 inner engines during its initial climb to space. Okay, fellas, this might get loud, so headphone users, just in case. I don't know if this video has audio, but we'll find out. Nah, the audio ain't too bad. Dude, that looks real healthy. I wonder if they're gonna do any thrust vector control tests. Yeah, very little. Dude, look at that dang thing. You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, it's just very... Oh, excuse me. Very small corrections. Yeah, dude. Look at that. No weird stuff coming out of the nozzle. Very crisp, very consistent jet here. That's really nice, man. Real nice. So, look at how consistent this is. You see how the jet looks very uniform coming out of the rocket. It's very uniform. There's a little bit of weird stuff going on, probably from some combustion instability. But you see like how the shock's going in, and then you have the diamond right there, and it's all very consistent. It's all super clean, non-disruptive. That's perfect, man, dude. That's so nice. That right there is really hard to get right. That's really difficult. It doesn't matter if it's Raptor, high-powered rocketry, and Estes rocket. That's tough to get that done correctly. I mean, it is beautiful. That's real good. Do you think the blue is from the cooling? The blue is from the high temperatures of the exhaust gases, Yannick. That's AI for sure. This is definitely hardware in the loop testing based off of their post-victory, yeah. They have this engine plugged, like, the Starship guidance system is plugged into the test stand. If I'm going to speak like that. It's plugged into the test stand. Like, you can tell that it's making minute corrections, mimicking a Starship ascent, which is what they said in the post. All right, Antares, good night. What are the occasional yellow sparks? Just a slight bit of, Cherokee, it's, slight combustion inefficiency, dude. It's not a big deal. It's also probably just sucking in dust and rocks. Well, not rocks, but it's just making a vacuum here, so stuff is getting pulled in. Could be bugs. Could be a bunch of stuff, dude. Yeah, but these little flashes here, nothing. That's nothing of notice, really. You really want to look for stuff coming out of here, like right at the rim of the nozzle. The stuff that's happening down here, that's just dust and debris and stuff from the test stand. It's a negligible amount of debris. It's nothing, dude. I wouldn't pay it no mind. Also, a 6 minute burn is impressive for any rocket engine. Hit it up, but notice the service gantry hasn't gone under the plume. Is that normal? Yeah, that's normal. The plume is remarkably wide for it being a sea level nozzle. You're getting very big under expansion here, which means that they could... You really... Yeah. See how the flames kind of go up sideways first, and then they go down like it's a parabolic curve? That's called under expansion, meaning that the nozzle is under expanded for task here. But rocket engines are designed like this on purpose because you do not want this flow coming off the end. You don't want that separating inside of the nozzle. If you get flow separation in the nozzle, explosions happen, like big explosions. So this is over expansion, or under expansion right here. This under expansion is fantastic. Over expansion is what you don't want with a sea level engine. This is great, yeah. I'd be willing to bet, but because of the under expansion that's happening here, you could probably squeeze more out of this. You could get slightly more efficiency, slightly more efficiency with Raptor 4, but if you redesign the expansion ratio on the nozzle. There's a lot left on the table there, but that might be on purpose. That might be on purpose because of safety factor. You know, you could squeeze more out of the engine, but this is good enough right now to be perfectly reliable. Yeah, Rockets, exactly. The RS-25 with its little weeble wobble at startup. That's exactly what I mean. Yeah, that's really bad for it. If that happens for more than a couple of seconds during start, it'll explode. You'll crack the nozzle. Cracking the nozzle is bad. Tori Bruno is seething right now. Actually, he'd probably be hyped to see this thing, man. I wonder if you could cook an egg on the nozzle? No, it probably... There's flame out. Purge. You got some residual methane coming out of the plumbing right there. But yeah, everything looks good, man. I want to see the startup in slow-mo, if you guys don't mind. Damn, dude. That's so good. My goodness. So, another tough thing to do is start the engine when it goes, because starting the engine and making the engine start quickly. Making the engine start quickly is difficult. You ideally want it to be faster, but it's tough to get everything to ignite all at once. I mean, this is, if you guys look, like even when we're in slow-mo, you see they start flowing propellants. You can see it right there, right? And then, boom, right to full power. That's awesome, dude. That's so tough to get that right. It is beautiful. Like, the shuttle engine took a second to get up to this point, and because of that, they had that flow separation in the nozzle. When the shuttle engine started, they wobbled around. This thing does not care. It'll just, I mean, I don't see any nozzle wobbling here at all. Granted, this is a sea level engine, but I'd be curious to see what a Vector engine does here. But dude, there's no nozzle oscillations there. There's nothing. I mean, a minute amount. That's, oh, it's beautiful. Hey, Viper, 17-month resub. Even shutdown. Shutdown's the same way. The faster you can get this thing off, the better. The faster you can shut it off, the better. Watch. The Mach disc will collapse. Oh, that's cool. And right here, what you're seeing here is residual propellants in the engine that is downstream of your main valves, and it's basically evacuating this. And then what they'll do is probably purge this thing out. If I guess, they'll probably purge the engine out with non-reactive gas. They're probably using nitrogen, just because that's what we've seen with Starship. Falcon 9 uses helium to do it, and most other rockets use helium as well. This is residual propellants, and then you can see the helium is evacuating all the flames. And it'll eventually, or not helium, the nitrogen eventually will snuff it all out. See, what happens here is there's residual propellants in the lines that's downstream from your main valves. When you shut that off, there's still propellants here, and the vacuum, basically the engine is putting a vacuum, so those propellants do end up evacuating themselves, but you can get some residual combustion here during shutdown. That residual combustion can cause problems. It can cause detonation inside of the nozzle. No good. That's bad. You don't want that. Is there an extra rim inside of the nozzle? No. I'm not sure what that is, dude. Probably something left over from the cooling channel fabrication process. Either that or we're looking at the start of the liner on the jacket liner on the inside of the nozzle. But see, you get some residual propellants, and if these propellants linger around, dudes, yeah, it can detonate inside of it and basically cause the rocket engine equivalent of like rod knock. That's detonations for a non-detonating engine is bad. Yeah, that usually breaks stuff. And that's why they purge it out, to get all these flames basically away from the vehicle. You can see that they're pushing the propellants through because the flames still going down and away. And then it eventually snuffs out. Cool. Amazing video. That's really cool. I love it when they post stuff like this, dude. It's fantastic. Anyway, we're on Minimus. We have the wheels for our mission, and we need to go over there. Okay, this is going to be a pretty big hop. That is the second landing site here, setting that as target. So, our flight azimuth can be basically 90. If Billy Bob Rod's capsule is in 0 degrees inclined, if we go 90 from here, our path should cross that lander almost exactly. Okay. 674 meters a second delta V. We're going to need about 300 for the hop and landing here. Okay, here we go. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. We got ignition and a liftoff. We can make the adjustment. It's not a big deal. Gonna need to do a slight on-orbit plane change here. 90-degree flight azimuth didn't seem to be good. Yeah, Uncle Rodney Rodnock, that's right. Yeah, dude, you think Rodnock's bad in a Barra engine, Paul? In a rocket engine, the whole thing grenades itself. You'd be lucky to find a bolt. You know? You know, with Rodney, you just get a nice hole in the side of the motor. With rockets, the whole rocket engine becomes the hole. Okay, slight on-orbit plane change happening here for us. Perfect. That's right, it goes in the rod hole. Okay, we're a little bit short. Hold on. Jared crossing his confirmation hearing in that Raptor video. What a day. Yeah, man. Oh, this is a little bit of a sussy landing. We're going to be a little bit shallow because we're going into the highlands here. So I'm going to dial in a little bit of a positive angle of attack here. There we go. Should get this right. Oh, no, 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 no. Come on, baby. There we go. Yeah, that gets us the right altitude that we need here. You gotta fix your truck, be back later. All right, man, good luck. Eight kilometers to target and closing. Starting first deceleration burn. $750 off the deck. This is a little bit sketch, dudes. I'm not really into it too much, but we can get it. It's just the RCS is tough to control with this thing. We have to be pretty careful. $1,800 in closing. Oh crap, I ran out of monopropellant. Oh shh. Ah, come on! I got this, I swear. Okay. All right. I let it do that. Where are we? That was almost bad. See what I mean about the thrusters with this thing? I'm gonna ground the lander after this. We need to redo the thruster systems, guys. I'm not happy with them at all. That's not doing what I want, and that's, yeah. I almost lost them. That was close. There was no other way to get out of that, dude. The lander was pointed in the complete wrong direction. I'm lucky that I got a quick draw and I freaking fixed it fast, but. Alright, where's the freaking thing? It's over there. It's 200 meters away. Let me increase the traverse rate here. We will do... We're just gonna flop around like a fish here for a little bit. All right, I just gotta think how we're gonna do this. All right. Um, So I ran out of, I had a monopropellant tank locked, and of course we went dry right in terminal descent because the RCS on this thing, I gotta redo it. Let's try doing this. First solution here that I'm gonna do is seeing if we can. All right, let's sprung the legs out. Yeah, it's in one piece. Guys, for what it's worth, I let the lander fall because it's easier to solve this problem than it is to solve the lander being in pieces and Kerbal's dead. That was it. I did it on purpose. That was the best of a bad scenario, to be honest with you. Can we suddenly find a reaction wheel? I don't think we have enough wheel authority there. No. We're just gonna flop around for a little bit. You know what? Leave it like this. A Kerbal jetpack might be able to flip this thing. We'll see. Kerbals are actually pretty damn robust, believe it or not. We just got to be careful here because we're playing a dance with rover wheels involved now. That was almost enough. Neil Headstrong. Yep. Billy's like, this is some rescue. What did you do? Don't worry about it. Do a flip. Yeah.
Discovery, go and
Maverick
throttle.
Mike. 11-month resub. Thanks, man. Nah, Denny, we can get it here. We're on the Highlands, dude. There's nothing around. I feel like we're playing My Summer Car right now. Come on. Nah, I don't want a time warp, dude. You know what? I think the wheels are screwing me up. No, guys, we don't need rescue. Worst case scenario, we separate the ascent component and just flip it over. I want to complete the mission. I want to get this thing over there. If we can just keep bouncing the legs, we could impart enough of a roll rate on this thing that I could get it to flip. Just like I said, we're just gonna flop around here for a second. Could you position the wheels near the center of mass? Yeah. Come on. What is the mission? Midness. I'm trying to land these guys here. I gotta get this lander uprighted, and I'll talk more about it in a moment. Turns out the lander with a really wide stance is really, if it tips over, it's really hard to get it to not do that. Yeah, we can't use the rocks. None of the rocks are collidable either. Use one of the Kerbals. To do what? On what mode are you playing? This is career mode? Yeah, I tried that, Eric. Doesn't really want to do it. Here, we could try it. I mean, we're playing with house money here, guys. Like, the lander tipping over is an inconvenience. Like, we could jettison the ascent module and easily get back up into space. I'm not too incredibly worried about it. What I would really like to do is complete my tertiary objective here, which is land at the flats, right? Land at the flats and put down the scientific experiments. Do I have any contracts active? Yeah, of course. I have to repair this rover. Just give me a second, dude. I gotta figure this out. I don't think so, Mutter. No. The rover is collidable. I want to get everything together. I'm just going to roll my lander over there and... keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep that lander rolling. Jeb behind. Nah, Mutter, I got an idea. I need to get this thing over there. Use the antenna to lift it. It's not that far off from what that idea is, though. That thing has a bunch of solar panels on it. If I take a solar panel off with the engineer, right? You attach this thing, we deploy the solar panel. When it's down, it'll tip the lander up. That should fix it. Can you mount the wheels on the side and drive it? Not really sure where we're going to do that. I don't think the ladder is collidable with the ground, Wolfie. The solar panels are, though. So priority 1 is to get the lander over there. Priority 2, upright the lander. Then we continue with the mission as planned. Like I said, between surface EVA and Kerbal construction, we should be able to get this done. Also, take a surface sample from the Midlands while we're here. EVA report from the Midlands. Yeah, baby. Not a boulder. The non-collidable rock. Frankly, kind of appalled that this is actually working, but... Nice. Who knew making a cylindrical lander? You couldn't see them do this with the LEM, could you? Yeah. Hang on. Dang it. No, I don't want to go. I almost had it, dude. Lander gymnastics was not on your bingo card today. Actually, could Billy Bob Rod? Oh, no. Yeah, okay, cool. Never mind. That is also an option, Psyduck, yes. Like I said, we got plenty of ways to fix this. I'm not too incredibly worried. In fact, let's go get that solar panel. I don't know what caused that, but... Mustang. Oh! That's actually bad because that thing flew, and I'm not sure why. This is not great. It could damage it. That was Kerbal EVA that did that. The EVA inventory stuff. Because it bounced that thing too. Please. Yes, history, we've seen it. Not my finest hour, but we got it. It worked. I didn't think it was going to work like that, but it worked. Okay. Whatever. You know, hey, that's fine. Yeah, no, it's good. It's fine. That is really not how I wanted that to go, but it's, you know, it's good. Okay, so the moral of the story here, and this is, I did want to get more experience with EVA stuff. The EVA stuff, the secret here, I think, is don't have the Kerbal move when you're handling parts. So, like, if you have a part in your hand, don't move it with the Kerbal. That is super dangerous. It will just make everything shoot up in the air like that. Well, that put my theory to bed. Consistent all systems. You see this? The lander is not bouncing anymore, dude. Interestingly enough. KSP hates parts touching the ground that aren't supposed to be touching the ground. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's parts clipping into the ground. It's no parts are being clipped into the ground except for a physics-less part, I think. Oh, dude, did you see it? I saw it. Whenever I go into EVA, parts start clipping into the ground. Okay, don't break that solar panel. Perfect. Using the solar panel as a jack? Yeah, sure, of course. Why not? That's what we do here, right? Hey, dude, it's working, all right? Let's not question it, okay? Yeah, see, the solar panel was clipped into the ground and it hopped, but it's not hopping as much as it was anymore. And now because it has no parts clipping into the ground, this should work just fine. Miss refinery missions. Don't remind me. Hello? Yeah, you need the jetpack to get in there. Eh? Ooh. Oh. We're going to be bringing back a good amount of science, and then we got to go remember, we have the space station that we launched yesterday. The science capsule, the Liberty module. And that's a lot of it's a lot of stuff. It's grinding out science this entire time. It's probably ground out about 50, 60 science. Okay, Kerbals is safe inside of my stupid lander. How much Delta V does my stupid lander have? It has 178. All right. The next objective here is to get this hunk of junk to its target area, which activate navigation. It would be southwest from here. Is your monoprop all wonky, not centered now? I'll refactor that when we get to that point. I want to point out, this mission has parts from another rover. We landed somewhere else on Minmus, ripped off parts off of another rover, and then put them on the lander, brought them over here, and attached them to this lander. We probably got about a 15-minute drive here. How much money do we have right now? We have 400 grand on the dot. We're gonna double our money if we get this thing over, or when we get this thing over there. Some rocks do have collision, guys. Not these ones, though. Not the scatterer rocks. It'll make it up the hill, actually. Yeah, no problem. This is all relatively flat area, dude. Yeah, we're going... realistically, we're going... like over here somewhere. It's not too far. Probably about 20 kilometers or something like that. Yeah. We're already on top, dude. We're good. We're not going too far. Hey, Galax. Welcome back. Oh, my goodness. This mission. This mission became a thing, huh? This was part of a contract, Grab Shark, for construction. I did not bring any part that you see on the screen here. In fact, there was a contract for finishing a partially completed rover on the moon. And I completed it a little while back, and then with this mission, I went and took its wheels and on the other side of Minmus, and then took them off the other rover, jumped over here, and then attached them to this one. It wasn't without a little bit of turbulent landings. Turbulent landings, yeah. Hey, Caspios, good luck on your mission. Thanks, man. Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to get that thing flipped over. But yeah, I am playing on career for what it's worth. This is career with permadeath enabled, no revert, no quick save. Yep. So whatever happens, happens. This has been a very eventful mission. Not the good kind of eventful, though. Yeah, you could say that things went sideways for a second. We're halfway there. Also, yeah, what you guys are saying, we could use this for a relay. Come down here for another mission. Use this to make a relay satellite. We're halfway there. What? Oh, we're going to that blue square. Take my rover. We'll make it a swim. All right. We did a bit of Slim. That's right. Reuse parts. NASA would never. Don't remind me, praise. It goes in the square hole. That's right. Imagine if the rocks weren't collidable. If the rocks were collidable, that would really suck. Hey, how are you? And the USAF Thunderbird number 5 crashed today. No pilot. Yeah, we heard, Bandit. No, blue square. You're a blue square. Two-thirds of the way there. Watching the new Raptor 3 video, I kind of think they tweaked the propellant mixture. Maybe. Could be running a little fuel rich. On the mixture to keep the engine cool. We should be entering the sphere of influence. Watch up here if a contract thing ticks up there. Or could Raptor 3 possibly be updated to Raptor 4, just more power? I don't know. SpaceX will find out through iteration. We should be getting to it. How far are we away? 2,500 meters. Out of render range of the lander. Come on. Come on. Huh. Bingo. There it is. Oh, yeah. 417 Gs, 11 rep. Excellent. Cool. That thing can stay there. I don't feel like driving that back. Money! 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 I only have 178 meters a second delta V left because I botched that landing so hard. I would really like to get that science, man. But in order to do that, we'd need all this stuff, right? And we need to bring all of this stuff to the far side of Minmus. Over here, where it says Eagle Lander. We'd need to go there. Do we have enough? Yeah, sure. But we don't have enough with the descent module. So, hold on. You know what? Kelbro, come here. Let's drop you down like this. And inventory. Can we get part attachments? Just do some quick reconfiguration of the vehicle here. All right. Cool, that actually worked. So here's what we're gonna do. We have our scientific experiments aboard. We have the lander here. Let's check our monopropellant. What's the status of all of our monoprop tanks? Okay, we need to rebalance here. So let's go in here, transfer from one to the other. Not great. Monoprop balance is not great. Yeah, okay. All right, so now we can distribute all the monopropellant into those two tanks equally from that tank. Then do the same thing here. And that should give us a nice balance. I'm going to leave the descent module here. The ascent module should have enough delta V. Okay. Now the next thing we got to do is make sure that all the RCS here is on and working. Okay, 4.39, 4.39. We have 40 monoprop in the center. The descent module, we're going to leave it here. Last thing we'll do is I'll just take my scientific equipment with me. Dude, I love being able to reconfigure this stuff. This is super cool. I want to utilize this game mechanic more. I actually really dig this. This is awesome. We'll leave the goo here. We don't need that. The solar panel, I don't know. We only have one. So I don't want this thing to be any more off balance. It's going to be difficult to land as it is. Cool. Yeah, slow. Oh, sorry. That's what I misspoke. I'm going to use the remaining fuel that this thing has and then get rid of it. You know what? It's a shame. I'll take the stupid solar panel with me. If we have to dump it, we have to dump it. I should have the other one. It'd be nice to have the other one because then I could put it on the other side. I should have taken both solar panels off of that crappy rover. Where the heck did that thing go? It's over there. Yeah, I don't care about that. Okay. I'm thinking now. Take that thing off. Put that up there. Make it nice and symmetrical. Since we're running lean, are there any parts you can remove and leave behind to save on mass? Nah, not much. The Ascent module's not very many parts, dude. That's the thing. Nice lander. Thanks, Davensky. Okay. Let's do this. All right, let me enable the fuel tanks here. 622. That with the 178, we're good to go. All right. Let's do this. So, how are we going to get to the far side of the planet? It would be closer if we basically went due east. All right, cool. Flight azimuth of 90. Let's get this done. All right, we're leaving this godforsaken area. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, descent module ignition. We're out of here. All the Delta V we have. All right, so long, descent module. We knew you well. Bye-bye. Cool. Okay, how much flight time do we have here? We got 10 minutes to apogee. Or Apamin, excuse me. So, reorient the vehicle, bring this up, monopropellant. Behold my wobbly claw machine. How do you get home now? We have a way. We're gonna land this thing, then we're gonna deploy all the ALSEP experiments as a third objective, and then this thing will go back up, re-rendezvous with the pod, and go from there. I have a pod floating around in low Minmus orbit. It's over there. Worst case scenario, Sussy, Kerbals can EVA into orbit with their jetpacks on Minmus. So pretty safe. Gotta have landing gear, dudes. We are merely reconfiguring the spacecraft, okay? Please, please, for the love of God, stop doing that game. It's the camera. We're going between orbit and not orbit. I agree, J-Speed. Okay, I just needed to know the direction that I need to point in to do this. Okay, gonna do another quick change here. Okay, here we go. Ground altimeter is on, 5 kilometers off the deck. Okay, fast forwarding a little bit. Okay. Okay, coming down. We got to be careful. Our center of mass has shifted a little bit because of we got to use the SAS to compensate. Our center of mass has shifted because I did some hot rodding to the ascent module. 1,500, 1,500 to target, 1,300 off the deck. $500, 17 meters a second down. 400 at 20 meters a second. Nice. Decelerating. $220 at 8. $140 off at 5. 200 to target. Okay, we're hovering at 90 meters, give or take. $50 meters off the ground. I'm going to switch my control orientation to forward control. And we're hovering at 37. $170 to target. $25 off the deck. $120 to target. We are in the dark, so it's kind of hard to see where I'm going. It went great, Kelly. No lights. The lights are on the descent module, man. $10 meters, 40 to target and closing. $5 meters off the deck. 20 meters away. Let's bring her down. Touchdown. 21 meters to target. We did it! It's the scattery walk. It's being a little strange. You landed on the ice skates. Barf, not in here, mister. This is a Mercedes. Nah, that's my name. Barf. Where's the other science boxes? Oh, don't tell me they're on that lander over there. Excuse me for a second. Let's just flip everything on and just pretend that didn't happen, and just let's just go over there. Oh, crap. Stop, 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 stop. Go up. Whoa, that was weird. I think I clicked the RCS off by accident. I don't know why it doesn't... The scatterer is doing something weird with that. Switch control orientation. I let it down a little bit tough that time, but here we are. Does this one have the stuff in it? Let's check. Actually, hold on. How much Delta V does that thing have in it? 144 plus monopropellant. All right, that's good enough. Cutting it a little close, but we'll be fine.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What the hell? Hey, Josh. 41-month fully fledged YouTube watcher, but still get the Amazon Prime sub, so yippee! All right. I have a stream on in the background while I get some work done, but I can't get anything done, not because of you, because my cat meowing as soon as I sit down. Make sure you get your work done, man. So, this thing has the goo bed monitor. And the seismometer. Where's the rest of the science? Seismometer. Goo bed monitor. Communications. So, God. Balls. I thought I had the right version over here, but we don't. But it's okay. We can still do something here. Without the control station, this is going to be really difficult to do. I don't think it'll work. I can't believe that after all that, dude. Oh, it's okay. Man. Okay. Well. Well, at least we'll start building out more of it here. Yeah, without the control station here, dudes, all this is useless. You need these are all the experiments and the power and the communications for them. But nothing here has the control experiments, which is quite annoying. I have everything but a damn control station up here. This is every single one of the ALSEP experiments except for the one that, you know, controls all of them. Press U. Okay. Last. Do you have enough fuel to hop to your other landing location where you do have the controller? This is where I thought the damn controller was, dude. I don't think I have a controller up here on Minmus, man. Soyuz ejected its tail service mast service gantry. He ejected it into the flame trench because somebody forgot to put the brakes on it. Not even kidding. Yeah, Site 31 is damaged. So I thought between this lander and the other lander that I have over here, see, this is the other one that's 500 meters away. I thought it would have it has the seismometer and a goob monitor. It does not have the control systems on it at all. I don't know how I oversaw that, but whatever. It is what it is. It's what it's. I mean, we'll deploy all the other experiments, but well, next mission we're gonna have to send up the control station. Yeah, without the control station, this is all functionally useless. So, you know, that's good. There you go, Dan. No, that's good. Oops. No control station? Yeah, we already got these experiments. Lucas, found it. $5 super chat. Thanks, man. Found what? I wanted to, Tessa, if I didn't botch the initial lander flight yesterday, dude. Yeah, we don't have enough. I asked where the super chat option was. Oh. Oh, okay, I see it. You found it. All right, sweet. Thanks, man. Thanks for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. Well, partial success on the third objective. We don't have enough Delta V to get back. We have to do a huge on-orbit plane change. No problem. I planned for this contingency. Can Taurus do the plane changes? Sure. Well, yeah, it could. There's a fully fueled descent module over there on the prototype lander that I landed. Fully fueled. I saw it, Goalie, yeah. Pull the fuel tanks and fit them to this? Why don't we just use that lander? What about the monopropellant? Because I don't think the other thing has a lot of monoprop in it. The other module.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Fluffy gifted 5 subs. Thanks, man. Hey, Nazalik. We could always use the monopropellant to finish our way into orbit, and then have the capsule... No, the capsule's low on Delta V too. Oh boy. Alright, I'm gonna have Billy Bob Rob go to the other lander. Lucas, keep it up with another $5 super chat. Thanks, man. It's the surface experiments, guys, that's making the bzzz noise. Really, dude? Just read where crows are apparently losing their ability to communicate. Scientists are trying to find the cause. Yeah, it's definitely impressive, dude. The raptor video is fantastic. No, John. I'm gonna finish this mission, Tessa, before we do any of that. Yes, shoot the laser at the fuel tank. That's right. No. No, it fell through the ground. Whatever. Well, that was a waste of that fuel. Can't believe that. It's gonna take forever to move this stupid ball over there. It's 87 liters, dude. He can't carry it. You mother... Well, so much for that. I'm gonna have to use the capsule RCS to rendezvous. Oh well. Okay! Leaving now. Man, this is gonna be so nice when we have Moon Palette around here and I can just put this stuff on Moon Palette and move it. This thing doesn't have a lot of monopropellant in it, guys. We have to be careful. Okay. Let's just make sure all of the RCS is enabled. I'm really just gonna set everything to probably 25% on all thrusters. Just so we can conserve fuel. Okay, activate the engine. Separation. 700 Delta V. All right, let's go. Let's get out of here. I'm glad I had the spare lander down here, though. This thing's out of electrical charge, so, you know, that's nice. Oh, nice. With 25% thrust power, these things sip RCS. This is no problem. 0.01 use. We can make that monopropellant last. Okay, we're on orbit. Tesla put out a video of Optimus running at a clocked 7 miles an hour. Where the video? Dude. Good news. Passenger side manifold bolts are coming out without braking. Nice. Wow. That's pretty impressive. Pretty cool. There we go. We got power. Here we go. Okay. And the capsule is on the exact opposite side of the planet. That's good, you know? All right. Well, I put myself into an eccentric orbit. We should be able to get a good rendezvous here. This isn't a pretty way to do it, but it'll work. See, I put myself into a higher orbit. The capsule's in the same orbit, and it's going to speed up while we slow down because we went higher. Yeah. No. No. This rendezvous is dangerous and inconvenient, but I do love Fig Newtons. Well, we won't know if that worked till we get back in signal, so yep. Yeah. Right. You don't like the idea of running robots? Oh, come on. Minmus hasn't been the prettiest most of the day. Why start now? Yeah. Hey 619, what's up, man? This thing is really difficult to control with monopropellant the way it is. It's like we're just gonna have enough. The pilot is like probably wondering why we came back in a different vehicle. Like, that's not the lander you left with. Yeah, don't worry about it, man. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Come on. $71 on the monopropellant. $12 meters to target. Yeah, Dan. .2 meters a second close. We are within 5. Okay, chop. Dude, that took a lot of effort, man. That was a tough mission. That ended up being a big pain in the butt. Can't transfer. Oh. Come on. Huh. It won't let me attach it. Hey, Cornelius, what's up, man? Oh, nice. I got it. Where the heck did the RCS ball go? Yeah, whatever. Don't matter. Yes, weld the fuel tank with fuel in it. Yes, good job. Okay. I couldn't transfer the fuel, so I just ripped the fuel tanks off the lander with EVA construction. And now we can transfer it. Yes. That actually worked. Oh my goodness. Yes. Nice. This EVA construction is fun, man. Why did I never get it? No, I don't never have fun with this thing. This is crazy. Huh. Take the goo bit. Actually, well, we'll take it with us. We'll bring him back. Didn't work anyway. You know what? We should probably go get that. No space junk. You know what? I don't know how we're going to get that back, so I just changed my mind. Let's not do that at all. We will mark that as debris in the tracking station and call it a day. Okay. Cool. Oh. It's not very easy. You have to do your velocity vector with the Kerbal and then pick up the part once you're in motion. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Build entire ships on orbit, Star Trek shipyard style. Yeah, I have ideas, Caveman.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, cool. Pin that, and then I'm just gonna top off some of the monopropellant tanks so this thing can deorbit and crash itself. Evil Rays, what's up? 31-month resub. Thanks, man. Whew. Let's get these guys home. All right, is there anything left in this thing? No. Okay. All the crew is on board. We have all the scientific experiments with us. We did. We do. Cool. Yeah. I think we're good. Let's just get out of here. Separate from the lander. We don't have signal because we're on the far side, but now we do. All right, cool. Control from here. Deorbit complete. That was the RCS ball. Okay. Let's dial in a return. We need a 300 meters a second. Actually, it should be about 150. Let's look at Kerbin and just judge on how our re-entry trajectory looks. Okay. Eight days, 1 hour. 9 days on the dot there. That means KSC will basically be in the same spot. But I don't want to potentially come down on land. This capsule needs to land in the water. You left your phone in the lander? Well, sorry, nothing I can do. How do we get this thing over KSC? From our perigee, KSC is maybe an eighth of the way. Yeah, you know what? This will do. Yeah, this will be fine. I mean, we just got to be careful, man. This capsule cannot come down in mountains. If it comes down in mountains, we got a big problem. I really just want this thing to come down to the water. Think that'll do it. That's either going to put us out over the desert, right? Or it's going to put us basically at KSC. 8 days, 5 hour, 22 minutes should put us like entry right over here somewhere. Either that or I'm thinking about it the wrong way and it'll put us over here somewhere, in which case we come down in the desert, which is pretty flat. If not, the capsule, we don't have life support. If I see that we're not coming down in the right spot, I increase perigee with the remaining fuel left in the service module, and we just do a couple of aero brakes. It's not the safest thing, but it'll work. There we go. Yeah, I just changed it, rockets. So, all right, ready? That was the ascent module hitting the ground, thank God. Away from that thing. I hope I didn't get streamer brain here. All right, here we go. Okay, you are now leaving Minmus. There's the mun. So 3 hours, 3 minutes, meaning we're going to be... All right, we're good. No course correction is needed. Nice. Nice naming. Okay. Next thing we got to do here is jettison our service module. Thank you, service module. You done good. You done good, man. All right. Bye-bye. Activate our yaw reorientation RCS. I need to activate the capsule's monoprop systems before we hit entry interface, or we're going to have a bad time. Okay. We have entry interface. Here we go. Nimbus Expedition 2 crew coming down. Yeah, maybe in the future, guitars, yeah. Crew on board's having a good time. I should probably put your helmets on, but you know, whatever. It's a lot of fun watching you do real-life simulated takeoffs and flights with your pilot friends. Oh, you want to see that again? Yeah, you know what, guitars? I forgot about that, dude. That was a good time, wasn't it? Huh. That was a lot of fun. The Grand Canyon flight was a good time, dude. Yeah, we you know what, dude? We could get back to doing that. I wouldn't have a problem with it. Will you buy 2024? I'm pretty sure someone bought it for me. Damn, dude. Dang, man. Not bad. That was pretty good. It's pretty calculated. We're going to come down basically where we come down from low curb and orbit flights. Probably somewhere right around here. Well, Rockets, that's good because now I know where I need to put my perigee relative to Kerbin. I know we got the phasing. I know where to put it. And we can easily land this coming back from Minmus. That's great. Huge, huge success. That Minmus re-entry chewed through the ablator pretty hard, man. Wow. I mean, we are still going real fast. ME2 UHF comm check. ME2 UHF comm check. Here we go. We have an acquisition of signal. Pull the drugs. Yeah, see, no charring and spalling, baby. See, our heat shield works. Just saying. But no, jokes aside, we know that it works because we tested it. We tested this thing coming back from the moon. We knew it would do this. Transonic. Seems like a lot of extra ablator. That's on purpose, Mutter. It's a safety factor for me because I have no idea how the heat shields work because I never used them because space shuttle. Does that make sense? Plus, isn't there a former Harrier pilot in the community that could coach you through DCS? Yes. Clouds. Main shoots. Rogue inflation. Need a crew report? Sure. Main shoots. Dude. Oh, man. I really need to fix some stuff with the lander. I really don't like that thing. Why is Kerbal not rendering? It's there. Ish. 250. $150. $100 meters. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown. Or splashdown. Capsule stable 1 configuration. We're good. Yeah, Nuker Noah. Keep in mind, I have my re-entry all the way up. But, dude, we got 185 science from that. And we're at almost 1 million. Now we are talking, dude. We got 14,000 back. Double stars for Kelbro. Billy Bob Rod advanced to level 1. Nice. And contract complete for Billy Bob Rod. 100 grand. Oh. But wait, there's more. Hold on to your computer, chick, because this one's a screamer. We have a crew up at the station, and they've been grinding science this whole time. Science! Oh, 100 science additional. How many days have passed? They were getting 5 science a day, so 20 days. How much science we got now? 366. Sweet. I'll have them come back down when they run out of data. Dude, hell to the yeah. That was awesome. That mission got crazy. Can you research any new tech now? Yes, we should be able to get some stuff. We gotta go look. We gotta see exactly what we want, but yeah. Yeah, I know this, Tessa. Yep. All right, so we have 366 science. We could get better probe cores. We could get... Yeah, I don't want any of that. We get bigger fuel tanks. We could get nuclear propulsion. I might get bigger fuel tanks, dude. Yeah, that's tempting, but... I kind of want the vernier thrusters. Vernier thrusters so I have better control over Condor when it lands. Yeah, let's do that. Unlock the vernier, and then unlock the bigger monoprop tank. This thing, I don't care. I don't care about the avionics thing. Oh, huge successes for us today in Kerbal. The only thing we don't have is an experimental control station at Minmus. Damn it. All right, let's see what missions we have left. We have to recover Eliblis and Eliblis's craft. We have to build that surface outpost on Minmus. Explore Eve, I'm kind of just keeping that tentatively. And then we need to bring a moonstone back with us. What other missions do we have? Build a new surface outpost on the moon. Finish construction of a rover on Minmus. No, you know what? I'm good. I don't need to do that anymore. Rescue Natagas from orbit around Kerbin. That doesn't pay anything. Attach a new part to a satellite in orbit around Minmus. Minsat reposition. Recovers Sudus and Sudus' craft from orbit of Minmus. No. Seismic surveys around Gilly. Oy. Position a satellite in a tundra orbit around Kerbin. It wants a Molina orbit. That actually pays really good. That could give us a quick 180 Gs. No, 160 Gs. 5 science, 13 rep. When Duna and Eve, I need to upgrade the ground tracking stations, I think. I don't have a strong enough antenna. I'll take the Tundra orbit. It has good prestige. And it gives us good rep. For now. We still need to rescue Eliblis's craft. Plant flag on the moon is easy money. I don't have a mission currently planned to the moon because I need to redesign the lander. You could always fire a simple probe off towards Eve. Do we have an antenna that's powerful enough to do that? The HG55 might be good enough with my current ground tracking system. It's possible. And after that last minute, we got to start thinking about larger launchers. I can't. All the parts that I want for the larger launcher that I need to make is behind a paywall, so to speak. We need 3.3 million to upgrade the, well, basically 3.4 million to upgrade R&D. A Condor Heavy might be in order. We could also upgrade mission control to get, you know, to get more than 7 contracts at a time, but I don't think I necessarily need that. The center core would need to be a downrange landing if we built Condor Heavy, fellas. It is doable for what it's worth. Condor Heavy and land the 3 boosters attached together. No, I'm not doing that. We could always expend the core stage, yeah. We could build a drone ship. Do we really want to do that? Do we really want to do that? I've built drone ships. You can make them. I've made them before. Yeah, Fractal, I'm not doing that. I can land 2 Condors at once. I've done it before. But the first thing we should do to upgrade Condor is get rid of its freaking monopropellant systems because those are killing me during the landings. Have you unlocked the Cove? Yeah. What about it, Jim? Yeah, we've unlocked Cove. That'd be for drone ship launches if you decide to go down that path. What do you mean, like launch the drone ship from the cove and just put it in the water and then sail it out there? Be kind of cool. Yeah, these thruster blocks, we got to replace them with verniers. Get rid of this damn thing. Means that this damn thing doesn't work at all. Do you realize what this means? It means that this damn thing doesn't work. No, I was having real instability problems with this thing. During landing. But we absolutely should not be having that problem anymore now. There we go. Perfect. Is that on Kerbal X? Kerbal X is not around anymore, Nasalik, from what I've seen. Yeah, from what I understand, it last time I checked, it wasn't around. Maybe somebody brought it back or something. Yeah, no, just leave it. It's fine. Kerbal X is back. Oh, thank God. No, in that case, Condor 9 Block 2, this is not on Kerbal X, no. Not yet, at least. I don't know how many times I've launched this since. We'll just switch the serial number to 30. The dev came back and fixed it, but I think parts of it are still broken. Okay. Yeah, with the vernier thrusters, which produce 12 kilonewtons of thrust, this thing will be a lot more stable during landing. Pretty happy with that. That's good. Think you'll ever work on the post-Apollo rocket sometime? Prometheus? Maybe we'll need it eventually, Redbeard, yeah. Depends on how far we go with this career mode save. Yeah, these make way more thrust, guys. They're much easier to control. Condor has been so useful. Great rocket design, dude. It really is. It's pretty damn good. Nice. 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 Hey, I've missed part of the stream, but you want to fix controls on the lander, wondering if you did it or not. I have not done that. We'll redesign the lander. I gotta redesign it, Kim. We gotta redesign the whole damn thing. I really hate that. I hate that lander. I'm just using it because I really don't have the... Well, I wanted to get missions done, dude. I want to get money, science and stuff. But yeah, should be able to roll with it now. Hey, Kim, you like my trampoline? My trampoline's pretty good, huh? Pretty nice, right? Pretty good. Okay. So, what do we do next? We got the vernier upgrades for Condor. That's good. Difficult to call it a trampoline because it's working. I know, right? So weird. It's bizarre. It's so strange. So weird that it's, you know, it works. Oh, man. That mission took a lot out of me. All right, I'm good. So what do we want to do next? Nuclear. We need a heavy lift launch vehicle to launch that thing. Or we would want one ideally. Tundra orbit, thermometer on a satellite, and a resource survey scanner on the satellite. Oh, nice. No, we'll play tonight, Fluffy. Absolutely. Now, what's this one? Jebediah Kerman's Junkyard Parts and Space Company. And with the verniers, you can now re-enter with slower speeds and save Delta V. Oh, no, it's for attitude control. I have much better attitude control system, so I'll be able to flip the booster around, and I'll be able to keep it stable when it comes into land. Oh, that's an adjusted orbit. We don't want to do that. Satellite into Tundra orbit. Thermometer resource survey scanner. Okay. Okay. I think I have a resource survey satellite that we made in the last career mode save. I think I'm just going to use that. I mean, does it enable more horizontal angle before the landing burn? To an extent. Oh, Adam. Ciao. Come stai, signori? What's up, man? 77-month resub. Is this the one with the VTOL? Well, Falcon 9, so yes. Weather tracking satellite. But okay. Nope, that's not what I wanted. What's up, man? Hey, how you doing? Science sat bus, perhaps? Ah. That's what it wants, right? It's looking for the resource survey scanner. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Save this. I think so, Graham? Yeah, maybe. It says it right there on his shirt. Yeah. How much mass is this thing? Oh, awfully light. And I gave this thing 295 meters a second delta V, huh? Yeah. Does this thing have, does the roadmate have wheel authority? Oh, I put a gyro on this satellite. Okay, cool. That's fine. I think we might need to unlock the reaction wheel. For a resource survey satellite, I don't have any problems with it having a reaction wheel. That's fine with me. Cool. Save this bad boy. Look at the engine. It's so small. It's so small. It's so small. We cannot accomplish much with such small engine. Thank you for stopping by with your gargantuan engine. As it's so small. So small. I learned today that Skylab only had gyros and no RCS. Yep. I know what you said, Pigsig. I think it'll deploy. And if it doesn't, heck, the second stage rides it all the way up there. $109 block 2 master file. Good. Don't install the IMU upside down. No. Oh, no, never do that. Does this rocket look Russian to you? Okay, we have upgraded verniers on this thing. Let's go, dude. I don't have Oscar B fuel tanks unlocked? Question? Hello? I guess I didn't use them until now. Now I have them. It's more core lip crosses? Why do you guys want me to make that piece of junk? The Semyorka? That thing sucks. A medium duty launch vehicle at best. Emphasis on duty. Duna Cycler? What? You can't... You need Principia to do a proper Duna Cycler. Matches matching with the hammer IMU to fit in the unfittable hole. I mean, Kim, you say whatever you want about Russians, but generally idiot proof. If the thing doesn't fit, it doesn't fit for a frigging reason. Like, but nature likes to make a bigger idiot. So make it idiot proof. The nature will find a way to make a better idiot. Tundra orbit, huh? Okay, we are launching. So 63 degrees inclined. Yeah. All right, so we need flight azimuth at like 170 here. Should be good. All right, we're going that way. Flying over that island over there. Okay. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition, engines power, and liftoff. Liftoff, Condor 9, carrying weather satellite to go to weather places. Vehicles pitched downrange. Throttling back for max Q. Vehicle supersonic. You know what I just realized? I have no idea how to boost the booster back going this way. But, you know, whatever. Throttling back up, out of max Q. Okay, Miko. Stage separation confirmed. Upper stage ignition. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that we need to be over here somewhere. I think that's right. Either that or we're not gonna have a good time here. Whatever. Okay. Switching back to the second stage. John almost got their landing yesterday, dude. The ZK3 came close. Oh, that was too much. Stand by for Seco. (102 by 89). We got a decent parking orbit here. Oh yeah, probably should have done that. Whatever, it'll burn. Doesn't matter. Okay, back to our business with the first stage. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, I've probably boosted back a Condor 9 from a polar orbit like once, and I failed miserably. That was like, and that was also probably like 8 or 9 years ago. Oh, it was 8 or 9 years. That's dumb. Just pretend that was some supersonic retro propulsion, okay? Nah, I don't think we have enough cross range. I needed to point more north. But that's okay. We have to send this thing down in the drink. We got to put it down in a drink. I mean, I'll try to get it over there. Maybe we can do it. With the verniers, we might be able to get her done. I'm worried that the verniers, because the verniers don't use monopropellant, they use liquid fuel. I'm worried that we might suck up too much. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, the real Falcon 9 can't do that. Yeah, what I just did there, yeah, it can't do that. That would make it explode. Like, badly explode. Why does this booster fly like an airplane? Whatever. You know what? I'm not asking questions. Landing burn started. Landing legs deploy. You gotta be. Well, I got my engines back. Yeah, the TWR is not great on a single engine, guys. It's This ended up flat. It's like Falcon 9. It really, your TWR only goes above 1 unless if you have 3 engines on. Once it goes down to 1 center engine, it's like 0.98 TWR. Stop using 1. Yeah. You came closer than the last time you tried that. I did. Yeah. Gotta overclock that single engine. No. It's not designed to come down on a trajectory like that, dude. That's really... It's really, it was way more controllable that time. You saw me make that turn. Yeah, the real one can't do that. It would explode. Super Heavy tried to do something like that on what was it, Flight 9? It blew up. Yeah, it's because the propellant sloshing around when you fly the booster like that makes it hard to feed the engines. It's tough to feed the motors when you try to fly the freaking booster. 69% of the time, it works every time. Is the Ford Mug in attendance today? It's down in the house, Exterio. Yeah, I started drinking my coffee a little bit earlier in the morning so I wouldn't stay up till crazy hours at night. It's not here today, but I do have it. And it's nice and clean. Okay. Should be coming up here on second stage engine start 2. It's crazy how much fuel those verniers use. That actually wasn't even the problem, Erudite. That was just the angle that I came in at. It's just tough to get the booster to turn over and land when you're 500 meters off the ground going horizontal, you know? We have a little bit of relative inclination, but we can iron that out. That's not a big deal. It'd be easier to iron out when we're in a bigger orbit. But you saw how controllable that booster was. I took a left turn. We came back down. I took a freaking left turn, dude. That was pretty good. Okay, SES2. Seco 2. Okay. This is like the IXPE mission. We have plenty of extra Delta V. Just gonna do one more correction burn, and then we deploy the payload, and then we can look around for resource deposits around Kerbin. Hang on. Did I put a thermometer on this thing? Is this the rescue mission or a mistake? No, the rescue mission is done. It has a seismometer. Thermometer? Hello? Please. Nope. Fighting better today? He's still a little hazy, but he's doing all right. Well, we'll deploy the satellite. Yeah. Let's do that. If anything, it'll help give us an inclination marker. Yeah, this is a mission for us, you know, deploy the scanner. What did that say? Stable polar. What, this is not a stable polar orbit, pal? Whatever. Whatever, dog. Almost crashed into the satellite. Not that it would have mattered. Cool. Well, otherwise, good mission. Falcon 9 could do it once, but only once, yeah. What I mean, it can't Tokyo drift through the atmosphere. Man, that was supposed to be easy money. Now I'm not going to get as much of a thing, but whatever. Probably dumb question, but is it the right scanner? It's the right scanner. It needs a thermometer. I should have put a thermometer on it. I was looking at the seismometer and I'm like, oh yeah, that's it. No, it's not. You know what? Fun fact. It's not. You know, like, that's not it. That's not the right piece of scientific equipment, you numbskull. Oh well. It's 8 o'clock, dudes. That was another good. What is that? 8? Well, no, I started at 2, so we got a good amount of KSP in today. We had another 6 hours. That Minmish mission took a long time. So here's what I'm gonna do before we, start the stream tomorrow, or just in case future EJ forgets when we go to play Kerbal tomorrow, which, possibly will happen. There we go. All right, cool, sweet. All right, so that's gonna do it. Dude, that Minmus mission was crazy. We'll do this Tundra orbit mission tomorrow. And yeah, I think we'll plan. I think tomorrow's a good day to redesign the lander after we do the Tundra mission. I need to redesign the lander for lunar science and, just generally fix the UX problems with it. The UX problems with that thing suck. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed Kerbal today. It was pretty good. I didn't do a Space News today because we did the Jared Isaacman confirmation meeting. We did that for about 4 hours this morning from 10 to 2. So if you're looking for Space News, we already kind of did it today. So we're going to start after hours, dudes. Oh, wait a minute. We have visitors. Hold on. We have visitors.
I heard everybody asking about him.
Hi, Ben. Hello, buddy.
No, he's okay.
Hi, buddy. Can you come up here? Can you come on up here, my boy? Is he still out of it?
No, I think he's in. I think if you wanted him to jump on your lap, he would do it.
If I what?
If you took his collar off, he'd jump on your lap.
Okay. We gotta get Titan here. Titan got his last shots from the for heartworms. Bubba's.
Maybe not. Maybe I lied.
Come here. At the bar. Oh, he sat down. He's a good boy. How you doing, buddy? You doing okay? Here. He's tired. He's a tired boy. Hey, I'm just putting your stupid... He's nipping at me.
I think it's the drugs.
That's not great. I don't like that.
Yeah. He's had a rough week.
Yeah, we'll chalk that up to that.
He's on gabapentin and...
Oh, he's on all kinds of drugs, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what were you going to do? We were going to show chat with the boy, and then the boy did the thing.
Yeah, well, maybe he's just grouchy today. You okay, Titan? You all right, Bubba's? That's a stray, dudes. Sometimes something triggers up there with the 4 brain cells, and they get pissy for a second. Who knows what happened to him before we got him, you know?
I think it's the meds, that's all.
He's fine now, but... Yeah, it's okay, Bubs. It's all right. Hello. See, he's back to normal now, so... Yeah, that happens, man. That's what happens when you adopt a dog. Sometimes you get doggos that do that.
Were you going to use the camera and show the boy?
Yeah. There we go. Hey, buddy. Hey, there's the boy.
Titan, show him your hood scoops.
He's a good bubs. He's a good boy. You okay, pal? Yeah, I know. It's been a rough week. Oh, he's the boy. Been a rough week, dude. I know.
I'm tired.
This is Titan, hot dog. Yeah, we only have one. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. He's out of it, dude. He doesn't know what planet he's on. He thinks he's on Jewel right now. Can't even land on Jewel. Can't even land there. Yeah, this is how he's been the past couple of days, man. It's, with the nipping thing and just, yeah. He's not been fun, but that's heartworms, man. Titan had heartworms, guys. And he might still have them, but we've been paying for heartworm treatment, and it's tough. It's really tough on him, dude. It sucks.
Yeah.
It's not fun, but
I do not wish it on another doggy.
yep. Is Titan named after the rocket? That is the name he had when we adopted him. And that's how I knew he was my dog. Because...
So he comes from Tennessee.
Yeah, he's a rescue from Tennessee. He's probably named after the Tennessee Titans. But I like to believe that whoever named him after a Titan missile. That's my burgers.
All right, you gotta go pee, buddy. Outside.
All right. Yeah, see, he's gone. He's gone for the day.
I just don't.
What's that?
I have food for you, and I don't know what to do. Like
That Minmus mission went real bad. I had to fix it.
I was like, he's on a planet right now, so he probably doesn't want to eat, but also like
That was a little bit. That got a little bit more involved than what I anticipated.
what happened?
So yesterday I put the lander up there and I screwed up the orbit. So I needed to figure out a way to get the lander out there with the people out there. And then during one of the landings that I did, I tipped the lander over.
That's a problem.
That was a problem, but we fixed it.
Yay!
Hey! We fixed it. And we completed all mission objectives except for one, which was a tertiary objective that was not part of the contract. We completed all the contracts.
Well, that's great.
And we made about 500,000 Kerbucks.
That's wonderful.
That's what Brimo said. It's wonderful, so you know it's good.
Yeah. In the meantime, you have pork sitting on the counter because I didn't know what to do with it.
You might want to package that up.
Okay, I will put that away then.
Oh. The stress and anxiousness causes temperament, usually a sign of something underlying and undiagnosed since it's already been a long week. It's just monitor. Drew, that he does that all the time, dude. That's what he does when he's playing, man. But yeah, we know the dog has nasty anxiety. I'd never seen a dog with anxiety before, but then again, I've never rescued a dog either.
Yeah.
You know?
He's a good boy as long as you're nice to him and he knows who you are. And you don't do anything funny.
I like, it's a double-edged sword, though, in a good way, because he's very protective of Brimo, which I like.
Yeah.
Yarg wants to know how was Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving was good. It was good to get away for a few days. Nice to see my parents. Oh, they booked. I could tell you that later.
Nice. Okay, I know what you were saying.
Yeah.
Good. Cool.
So. Yeah. I love going to Detroit.
Cool.
It's always good to go home. Alright, Miss Boyo needs a potty.
Mm. All right, Bree.
All right,
thanks for stopping by.
Bye, chat.
Love you.
Love you.
Lazarus, you rescued a dog with abandonment issues and major anxiety. It doesn't really go away. Yeah, exactly. We tried our best. Sorry, I have a blanket on the door so heat doesn't get out of here. We've tried our best to really, make sure that he's not. You're right. It doesn't go away. The best thing that you can do is just not put the dog in a scenario where he's going to freak out, like what I just did. But then again, he's usually really playful when you take his collar off. Like he starts jumping around, but then again, drugs and stuff. But, yep, that was cool that he stopped by because, yeah, you guys have been keeping him in your thoughts, and I do appreciate it. Yeah, nice, Panta. All right, dudes, let's, stream's not done. Still got a lot of time left here. Probably go for another 3 to 4 hours. Let's play some Battlefield. Let's do that. We'll do bolt action medic for a little while here. We'll bring back the bolt action medic, or should we use the shotgun today? I don't know. I wasn't having much luck with the shotgun last night. But yeah, that'll happen here in a second. Once again, I just have to stop the YouTube stream for a second and restart it. If you're on Twitch, just don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. No MSC. I don't want to play MSC right now. because my winter car is coming out soon. I will be back in 1 moment. Stand by for loss of signal, as expected, on the YouTube side of things. If you're on Twitch, just chill here for a moment.